Vandeham Sri Guru Sri Juta Padakamalam Sri Gurum Vaishnavansam Sri Rupam Sakrajatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tvam Sadivam Sadvaitam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Sri Radha Krishna Padam Sadhana Lalita Sri Vishakhanitanstam Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaur Bhakta Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. संसार दावानलनिरलोकां तराय कारुण घनाघनत्यम् प्राप्त सकलन गुणान्नवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् महाप्रभु कीर्तन नित्य गीता बादित्रमाद्यन्मन सोरसेना रोमाञ्चकं पाशुतरङ्गभाजो वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् संसार दावानलनिरलोका ज्ञानाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् भक्त सकलन गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् श्रीविग्रहाराधन नित्यनाना सिंगारतन मंदिरमार्जनादौ श्रीविग्रहाराधन नित्यनाना सिंगारतन मंदिरमार्जनादौ युक्तश्च भक्तांश्च निजुञ्जतोऽपि वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् युक्तश्च भक्तांश्च निजुञ्जतोऽपि वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् संसार दावानलनिरलोक प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् कल्याण गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् चतुर्विधा श्री भगवत्प्रसाद सद्वान्नचित्तं हरिभक्त संघान् चतुर्विधा श्री भगवत्प्रसाद सद्वान्नचित्तं हरिभक्त संघान् तृप्तैव तृप्तिं भजत सदैव तृप्तैव तृप्तिं भजत सदैव वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् श्रीराधिका माधवयरपार माधुर्यलीला गुणरूपनाम्नाम् श्रीराधिका माधवयरपार माधुर्यलीला गुणरूपनाम्नाम् प्रतीक्षण स्वादनलोपश प्रतीक्षण स्वादनलोपश वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् संसारदावाननन्दलोक प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यं प्राप्तस्य कल्याण गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् निकुञ्जजूनरतिकेली सिद्धै निकुञ्जजूनरतिकेली सिद्धै जाजाली विद्युक्तिरपेक्षणीया निकुञ्जजूनरतिकेली सिद्धै जाजाली विद्युक्तिरपेक्षणीया तत्रातिदाक्षादतिवल्लभस्य वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् संसारदावानललितलोक प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनतम् भक्तस्य कल्याण गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् साक्षादरितेन समस्तशास्त्रैः युक्तस्तथा भावत एव सद्भिः साक्षादरितेन समस्तशास्त्रैः युक्तस्तथा भावत एव सद्भिः किन्तु प्रभु प्रिय एव तस्य वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् किन्तु प्रभु प्रिय एव तस्य वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दम् संसारदावानललितलोक प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् यस्य प्रसादात् भगवत् प्रसाद यस्य प्रसादात् न गति कुतोऽपि यस्य प्रसादात् भगवत् प्रसाद यस्य प्रसादात् न गति कुतोऽपि दयं स्तुवं तस्य यशस्वी सन्धं दयं स्तुवं तस्य यशस्वी सन्धं वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दं संसारदावानलनिरलोका प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् भक्तस्य कल्याण गुणार्णवस्य वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दं 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 शारदावानललितलोका प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनतम् भक्तस्य कल्याण गुणार्णवस्य वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दं 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 हरये नमः कृष्णाय जातमाय नमः राधाय माधवाय केशवाय नमः हरये गोपाल गोविंद राम मधुसूदन गोपाल गोविंद राम गिरिधारी गोपी मदन गिरिधारी गोपी मदन हरये नमः कृष्ण जातमाय नमः जातमाय माधवाय केशवाय नमः हरये गोपाल गोविंद राम श्री मधुसूदन गोपाल गोविंद राम मधुसूदन गिरिधारी गोपीनाथ मदन मोहन गोपाल गोविंद राम गोपाल गोविंद राम श्री मधुसूदन गिरिधारी गोपीनाथ मदन मोहन हरये राम कृष्ण हरये यादवाय माधवाय केशवाय हरये हरि हरये नम कृष्ण यादवाय यादवाय माधवाय केशवाय यादवाय माधवाय केशवाय हरये नम गोपाल गोविंद राम गोपाल गोविंद राम श्री मधुसूदन गोपाल गोविंद राम श्री मधुसूदन गिरिधारी गोपीनाथ धारी गोपीनाथ मदन गिरिधारी गोपीनाथ मदन हरये कृष्ण हरये नम कृष्ण चैतन्य नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत चिता श्री चैतन्य श्री चैतन्य नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत चिता हरि गुरु वैष्णव हरि गुरु वैष्णव भागवत गीता हरि गुरु वैष्णव भागवत गीता हरये Yadavaya Madhavaya Yadavaya Madhavaya Ketama Nama Haraye Namo Krishna Yadavaya Nama Haraye Yadavaya Madhavaya Yadavaya Madhavaya Ketama Nama Haraye Tirupatana Ataraguna Tirupatana Ataraguna Divaga Valavata Divaga Jagamaya Namah Jadavaya Madhamaya Keshavaya Namah Haraye Tadena charana sevi aksaneva Tadena charana sevi aksaneva Sai jabe brate kaila bag ichhe ko sai jabe brate kaila bag Radha Krishna Radha Krishna Nitya Leela Leela Jai Got Abhi Brate Maina Brate Maina Radha Nitya Leela Leela Anande Bala Hari Bhaja Vrindavan Hari Guru Vaishnava Yamam Anande Ala Hari Anande Ala Hari Bhajavrindavan Hari Vaishnava Hare Namah Krishna Jagapaya Namah Jagapaya Madhavaya Ketamaya Namah Hare Chand Bale Jag Gora Chand Bale Kata Nidra Jao tumi Sachira ko bole Jir jag Kata nidra Ja tumi Sachira kole Jag Jag Gora Chand Bale Veer Jag Jag Gora Chand Bale Kata Nidra Jao tumi Maya Sachira kole Kata nidra Jao tumi Maya Sachira kole Jag Jag Gora Chand Bale Jir Jag Jag Rachand Bale Kata nidra Jao tumi Kata nidra Kata nidra Jao tumi Maya Prita Chira Kole Kata nidra Jao tumi Kata nidra Jao tumi Sachira kole जग बोले जाग जाग निद्रा जाओ माया पिशाचीर कोले कतो निद्रा जाओ माया पिशाचीर कोले जाग जाग हरि नाम महामंत्र न हो तुमी मागी औषधि माया नाची बारो लागी जीवन लगी हरि नमः महामंत्र लहतु मागी हरि नमः महामंत्र लहतु मागी औषधि माया नशीबन आगी हरि नमः महामंत्र मागे भक्ति विनद प्रभु चरण पदिया भक्ति विनद प्रभु चरण पदिया गाए गोरखनाथ मधु करे नम गाए गोरखनाथ मधु करे नम गाए गोरखनाथ मधु करे हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम हरे राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम राम हरे हरे नम गाए गोरखनाथ मधु करे नम गाए गोरखनाथ मधु करे हरे कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे नम गाए गोरखनाथ मधु करे हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 गोरखनाथ मधु करे মনে থাক দাদা হরি বলে ডাক ইহে মনে থাক দাদা হরি বলে ডাক नक हरि नाम रे दुखे भूले नक सदा नाम रे गाए गरज हरे हरि नाम गाए गरज मधु हरे हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे राम 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 हरे हरे नाम गाए गरज मधु हरे नाम गाए गरज माया जाले बद्ध हये आछो पीछे कजलोए माया जाले बद्ध हये माया जले बद्ध हये आछो पीछे कजलोए माया जले बद्ध हये माया जले बद्ध हये आछो नीचे कजलोए कलचे तना पे कलचे तना पे राधा नाम रे कलचे तना पे राधा नाम रे हे गोरख मधु हरे गाए गरज मधु हरे हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण हरे राम 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 हरे 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 राम हरे राम 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 हरे हरे गोरख हरे हरे Hare Nam Đại Cơ Chân Hare Chỉ Quan Hội Là Thế Chân Nam Phổ Di Lệ Di Ca Sa Chỉ Quan Hội Là Thế Chân Nam Phổ Di Lệ Di Ca Sa Có tivi nó đó có thể sẽ có tivi nó đó có thể sẽ có tivi nó có thể sẽ এক বার একবার হরি রে হরে Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Guru, Hare Guru, Hare মনে থাকে সদা হরি বলে ডাক ভাব মনে থাকে সদা হরি বলে ডাক উঠে ঢুকে দুঃখে ভুলনাক মদনে হরিনামা রে দুঃখে ভুলনাক সদা হরি নাম রে গৌর Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Gora Chan Madhu Hare Nam Đại Cơ Chân হরি নাম ধরে পৃথিবী নদপদেশ একবার হরি হরে হরে
Hare Krishna. Welcome to Sri Sri Radha Kalachandji Temple and for our Sunday Feast program. The schedule is we'll have a discussion on the Bhagavad Gita from now until about 6:15. We'll have announcements and then we'll have the Artik at 6:30 in the evening. And at 7 o'clock we'll have the feast that's free for everybody. Okay. So that we'll get started with a small prayer. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari Yashoda Nandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yashoda Nandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yashoda Nandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Yamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari Yashoda Nandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yashoda Nandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yashoda Nandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Yamuna Tira Vanachari Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jayam Vishnupada Paramahamsa Parivrajakaacharya Ashtottara Sata Shri Srimad His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai, Srimad Bhagavad Gita Ki Jai, Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai, Nitai Gaur Premanande Hari. All glories to the assembled devotees. Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories, all glories, all glories to Sri Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. We'll read a verse from Bhagavad Gita as it is, chapter 3, titled Karma Yoga, and we'll read text 9 today, and then we'll discuss a little bit about what Srila Prabhupada says in the purport. Before we get started, how many of you first time, been here first time? And how many of you have read the Gita, heard about the Gita, know what's in the Gita? A little bit. We'll cover that a little bit before, we'll give a context before we get here. That's why. Hey, where does the Bhagavad Gita take place? In the battlefield of Kurukshetra, right? And who is it a conversation between? Krishna and Arjuna. So there is this big battle that's about to happen, and both the sides, these are cousins, were fighting for the throne of the entire world. That's what the battle is for. Who's going to rule the entire world? And one of the sides called the Pandavas, and the other side is called the Kauravas. The Pandavas have 5 brothers, and the Kauravas had 100 brothers. So one of the Pandavas is Arjuna, right? And then he's there in the battlefield, and then Krishna has said, I'm not going to fight the battle. So Arjuna requests him to be his chariot driver. So like if you see in the picture, you'll see this famous picture of Krishna being the chariot driver of Arjuna, right? Then Arjuna is right at the cusp of the battlefield. Everybody has blown their bugles. All the sounds are happening to signify the war is about to begin. And then Arjuna asks Krishna, what does he ask? Just when the battle is about to begin? Yes, thank you. He basically asks Krishna to take him to the middle of the battlefield to know who is there in the battlefield. Does Arjuna not know who is there? Of course he knows who is there. And Krishna strategically places the chariot right in front of his most beloved people, his teacher Dronacharya, his grandfather Bhishmadev, and many of his friends and cousins are standing on the other side. And Arjuna gives some really incredible reasons on why he should not fight the battle. That's the first chapter. his reasons for why he should not fight the battle. But by the end of Arjuna's arguments, Arjuna himself is not convinced by the different reasons why he gives Krishna to not fight the battle. And then Arjuna says, Krishna, I'm really confused. I really don't know what to do. So please, I'm surrendering to you and I'm taking you as my teacher, and you say for sure what I should do. This is a very pivotal point in the Bhagavad Gita, because Krishna and Arjuna are very intimate friends. And they're so intimate that they ate from each other's plate, they slept on the same bed, very intimate friends. So till that point, Arjuna is discussing with Krishna in that level as equals. And when Arjuna is really confused, he recognizes that at this point I really need to take help of Krishna, who is really actually very superior to me. He's God himself, right? So then he asks several questions. And then Krishna, basically at the end of this chapter, tells Arjuna, use your intelligence. You have to control your senses. You cannot just let your senses loose. And he even gives the example of a tortoise, of how it can pull its limbs inside, right? You've seen the tortoise where it can pull its limbs inside the shell. So, and then Arjuna is a little confused now, because the whole point of Arjuna's conversation with Krishna was that I don't want to fight the battle, right? And Krishna is saying, no, you have to fight the battle. And then in the end of the second chapter, Krishna is saying, use your intelligence, control your senses, renounce things, right? So Arjuna is a little bit confused. And in the beginning of the chapter, the third chapter, Arjuna asks this very, very, very pointed, straightforward question. He asks, O Janardana, O Keshava, why do you want me to engage in this ghastly warfare if you think that intelligence is better than fruitive work? Very reasonable question for what Krishna has been saying, right? So this is Arjuna's conundrum, that I want to renounce everything and go, but Krishna, you're saying you want me to fight, you want me to act in this world. So what should I actually do? Should I act or should I renounce? What do you think is Krishna's answer? You're going to get it 50% right. You have a 50% chance of getting it right. Even if you guess. What is it? What do you think it is? Krishna asks him to, because we know that Arjuna actually fought, right? But actually it's a trick question. Krishna asks Arjuna to actually do both. You have to do your duty, but also you have to renounce at the same time, is Krishna's prescription to Arjuna. So we'll read this verse and discuss a little bit about renouncement and action, and why we'll have to do it in the combination that Krishna asks us to do, right? So please repeat. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. So we don't have the Sanskrit, so I'll read the Sanskrit. We could probably repeat the word for word if you can, and then we'll do it that way. Yajñarthat karmanonyatra lokoyam karma bandhana tadartam karma kaunteya mukta sangha samachara. This is a translation and purport by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. This is the word for word translation. You can try to repeat the Sanskrit and English after me. Yajna artat, done only for the sake of yajna or Vishnu. Karmanaha, than work. Anyatra, otherwise. Lokaha, world. I am this. Karma bandhanaha, bondage by work. Tat, of him. Artham, for the sake. Karma, work. Kaunteya, O son of Kunti. Mukta Sangha, liberated from association. Samachara, do perfectly. A translation. Work done as a sacrifice for Vishnu has to be performed, otherwise, work causes bondage in this material world. Therefore, O son of Kunti, perform your prescribed duties for his satisfaction, and in that way you will always remain free from bondage. Please repeat. Work done as a sacrifice for Vishnu has to be performed. Otherwise, work causes bondage in this material world. Therefore, O son of Kunti, perform your prescribed duties for his satisfaction. In that way, you will always remain free from bondage. Purport. Since one has to work even for the simple maintenance of the body, the prescribed duties for a particular social position and quality are so made that the purpose can be that purpose can be fulfilled. I'll read that again. Since one has to work even for the simple maintenance of the body, the prescribed duties for a particular social position and quality are so made that that purpose can be fulfilled. Yajna means Lord Vishnu or sacrificial performances. All sacrificial performances also are meant for the satisfaction of Lord Vishnu. The Vedas enjoin Yajno vai Vishnuhu. In other words, the same purpose is served whether one performs prescribed yajnas or directly serves Lord Vishnu. Krishna consciousness is therefore performance of yajna as it is prescribed in this verse. The Varnashrama institution also aims at satisfying Lord Vishnu. Varnashrama charavatha purushena parapuman Vishnur aradhyate. This is Vishnu Purana 388. Therefore, one has to work for the satisfaction of Vishnu. Any other work done in this material world will be a cause of bondage, for both good and evil work have their reactions, and any reaction binds the performer. Therefore, one has to work in Krishna consciousness to satisfy Krishna or Vishnu, and while performing such activities, one is in a liberated stage. This is the great art of doing work, and in the beginning, this process requires very expert guidance. One should therefore act very diligently under the expert guidance of a devotee of Lord Krishna or under the direct instruction of Lord Krishna himself, under whom Arjuna had the opportunity to work. Nothing should be performed for sense gratification, but everything should be done for the satisfaction of Krishna. This practice will not only save one from the reaction of work, but also gradually elevate one to transcendental loving service of the Lord, which alone can raise one to the kingdom of God. Om Ajnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamahyam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Utapadakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamsha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakanvitamsha He Krishna Karuna Sindho Dina Bandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vancha Kalpatarubhyasya Kripa Sindhubhya eva cha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Presthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesha Shunyavadi Pashyatya Deshatarine. Okay, so like we discussed, Krishna is saying you have to work and also renounce at the same time, right? So, what is the problem? The problem that Prabhupada is saying in the purport, if you work, right? What is the problem that happens if you're working in this world? If you're acting in this world, what is happening as a result of any actions that we do? Reaction, right? Any good activity that you do, you're going to get good reactions. Any bad activity that you do, you're going to get bad reactions. And therefore, you have to come back again to suffer or enjoy the consequences of your good or bad reactions, right? So the natural question would be, okay, if I'm acting, it's problematic because I'm accruing all these reactions, so I better not act in this world, right? Which is the opposite of acting. What is the problem if it is just inaction? If we don't act at all, what is the problem? Because Krishna is not recommending that also, right? What is the problem? Guesses? Don't fulfill your duty, okay? You're not a sensible person. You have taken some responsibilities, but you're just dropping and going and not renouncing anything, okay? What else? Actually, Krishna says you can't do it. Even if you try, you can't do it. You can try to not be active in this world, but it's impossible to be inactive, is Krishna's point. In the 5th verse, 6th verse, Krishna says in the 5th verse, right? Everyone is forced to act helplessly according to the qualities he has acquired from the modes of material nature. Therefore, no one can refrain from doing something, not even for a moment. Krishna says, not even for a moment, you can actually refrain from doing anything. But you can go sit in a peaceful place and not doing anything, right? But Krishna says, if you try to do it that way, you are a hypocrite. What is the exact word that he uses? He's saying you're a pretender. Why is Krishna saying if you try to do it, you're a pretender? Why would that be the case? Krishna is saying that if you cannot even stop acting even for a moment. That is Krishna's very emphatic point, right? This is a superlative declaration that Krishna is giving. Never is something that's superlative. There's nothing ambiguous about what Krishna is saying, right? And then Krishna is saying in the next time, if you try to restrain your senses, you're a pretender. Is Krishna is saying. Why would Krishna say you're a pretender? Any ideas? Tough crowd. No wrong answers here. How are you acting? I mean, I'm not doing anything. It's a fact that I'm not doing anything, right? How is that pretending? Yeah, even that's one point, right? Even I'm not doing any activity on externally, but even breathing, just to live, we have to breathe. That is action itself. But what Krishna is saying is even more deeper. What Krishna is saying is we are actually artificially restraining our senses from doing things, right? I really love gulab jamuns, but I've taken a decision that I'm not going to eat gulab jamuns at all, right? I'm restraining from any actions that I have to do. But the gulab jamun is sitting right in front of me. Mind is constantly thinking, oh, how wonderful it would be if I can eat that gulab jamun, how sweet it must be. Right? We're constantly contemplating upon the object of our senses through our mind. This is why Krishna calls you're a pretender, right? This is the case with many people now, right? People, they think they are renounced, but they're constantly looking for it. Oh, how many followers have I got? Are they paying me enough money? Donation? Are people respecting me? Calling me that I'm a sadhu, I'm sitting in a forest and renouncing myself? These are subtler things, right? These are grosser things is how you're actually looking at the gulab jamun. But we are also thinking about other things like prestige and honor, pride. So that's why Krishna calls somebody who is actually trying to be inactive in this world a pretender. And it is also practically impossible because that is our very own nature of who we are, right? As spirit souls, we are active. By nature, we are active. We have to do something. And every activity that we're doing, why are we doing the activity that we're doing? Why do we do any activity? What is the purpose of any activity that we do? Yeah, it gives us pleasure, right? Who was that? Yeah, it gives us pleasure. That's the only reason why we do anything that we do, because that is also very fundamental to our nature. Anandamayo bhyasat. We are always constantly searching for this happiness as spirit souls, right? And that is why we think activity means completely enjoying my senses, because we are completely misidentified ourselves with this body, right? I think I am this body, this something that I eat nicely is going to satisfy me, something that I hear nicely, something that I see nicely is going to satisfy me. But Krishna says, yes. Hmm. Yes. Correct. But most of us have that fundamental covered, right? Like 90% of the world, the survival is guaranteed, I would say. Especially in a country like America. Um, correct. 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 But I think her even more fundamental point is that first, I'm not even looking for happiness to start with any activity that I do. I'm barely trying to serve. Yeah, correct, correct. Which is very true. Correct, correct. So this is, they call the Maslow's pyramid, right? In management or something. The most fundamental basics have to be taken care of. Only then you can think about higher things, right? But for most of us, that's already taken care of. And even if we think it's not taken care of, believe me, it is taken care of. Because the ant gets its daily meal, the elephant gets its daily meal. Only the man who has his economic problem. Right? Krishna is providing everybody with everything. It's just our mentality that we think we can't survive. That's another completely different discussion, right? All of us have been given a quota, that's for sure. Even if you try, you cannot go above it. Even if you try, you cannot go under it. Isha vasyam idam sarvam yat kinchit jagat avyayam, right? Tena taktena bunjita magrida kasya sviddanam. So this is the point, that of course, I'm not denying that there are people in this world who don't even have that fundamental basic needs covered. But that percentage is not a really humongous percentage. And even that has a reason. We're going to talk about that in a little bit on why that's the case, right? Why is it just a roll of dice that one fine day God decides you're going to be born in a really poor family who's not going to be able to get their daily meal, but somebody is going to have trillions of dollars and be born with a silver spoon. This is the point Krishna is making, right? If you're acting, it has consequences. There is nothing that has no consequence, right? There is no, there is no free lunch. There's no free lunch. Every single action that we perform has consequences. That's why we can't think of this one lifetime as like a snapshot, right? It has continuity, both before and after. Whatever we have done has we have put ourselves in a certain circumstance. It is purely by our own actions that we are in a certain circumstance. This is the point. And why are we put in such circumstance? Right? That is why Krishna is saying you cannot just act. If you just act, that's a problem. If you just act without renunciation, that's a big problem. This is precisely the problem that Krishna is speaking of. That if you act without any renouncement, right? I am earning my money, I'm going to the office, I'm earning this salary, and I want to enjoy the salary. Right? I'm not doing anything to anybody else. I want to just enjoy what I work for. But Krishna is saying that's a big problem if you just do that. Why is that a problem? Why do you think that could be a problem? We read that in the purport, if you were listening to it. We discussed about it a little bit. It was something that you said, right? Reaction. Let's do a social experiment, right? What did you eat for lunch? Yeah. Puri and sabji. What does it take to make puri and sabji? Wheat flour and what sabji? Some vegetables, right? Let's just keep it at that. Where do you get it from? Grocery store. Where does the grocery store get it from? Farm, ultimately, right? Somebody is growing the grains, somebody is growing the vegetables, right? Okay, so from the farm, so for you to even grow grains, you have to plow the land, right? There are living entities that are living in the land, right? Or worse, we have done deforestation or whatnot, cut down so many trees to make it farmland or whatnot. We have killed so many living entities just to grow grains. We use fertilizers and whatnot to get wheat. Same with vegetables, right? Okay, the vegetables are grown. How does it come to the supermarket? From the farm. By truck. How do you build a truck? Mining. Then what else? You need gas. You're basically drilling the earth. You need roads. You're basically killing so many living entities by laying roads, right? Okay, it's all come to the supermarket. Can you just go and get the vegetables from the supermarket? What do you need to go and get the vegetables from the supermarket? Money. Huh? Bitcoin. Some form of transactional money for which you have to work and earn, right? For you to go to the office, you need a vehicle of some sort. Somebody said a car, right? Again, gas, roads, and whatever work you're doing, that's completely another story. Depending on what work you're doing, you're also accumulating so many reactions to that work that you're doing. So all these actions are happening for us to put a plate of meal on the table. And we think that won't have any consequences, right? This is the problem. It has reactions. All these actions that we're performing has reactions, and it binds us constantly in this world. Another big problem with the mentality that I've earned the money, I'll enjoy without any restriction, without any renouncement, Krishna says, it'll only put you in misery. This attitude, right? Why does Krishna say it'll put you in so you see the latest iPhone that's coming up. I've earned enough money to get the new iPhone, right? I want to buy the iPhone. Krishna says that iPhone that you're buying for your own satisfaction is not going to give you happiness. Why do you think it might be? You really wanted it, right? Yeah, you're thinking there is something amazing in this iPhone. When you get it, it's basically not up to your expectations. You're disappointed by what you were thinking it was going to give you. Why else? Krishna says, even if you're happy, initially, your expectations are met, Krishna says, even that will give you unhappiness. Even that will put you in misery. Why? Correct. Huh? Loss. Yeah, two important points, right? One is something that I had, it's already not giving me happiness. That's why I'm going and upgrading it to something else, thinking that will give me happiness. Or worse, it's perfectly satisfying. My current iPhone that I got was really satisfying to me, but ultimately it's temporary in nature. It's going to go away. Either you are going to go away or the iPhone is going to go away. Right? So Krishna gives a very wonderful cycle of how this happens. Dhyayato vishayan pumsa sangasteshu upajayate sangat sanjayate kama kama krodho bijayate. Everything starts from contemplation, right? I see an ad, big billboard on I-35 or I-70, 75, that, oh, this new phone is coming up. Then you start contemplating. I keep thinking about it. And then that deep contemplation turns into attachment. At that point, I really want the iPhone, right? When I'm attached to that iPhone and I keep contemplating on it, it turns into lust, Krishna says. Lust means something that's a very deep desire to satisfy, right? It's not just carnal or physical in nature. It's some very deep desire that I have that has to be satisfied. So it turns into lust, and then Krishna says lust turns into anger, precisely for the reasons that we discussed, right? Either whatever I get as a result of it, or worse, I might not be able to get it. That's even more problematic. I'm constantly frustrated because I'm not able to get it, right? Anger. Because it's temporary in nature, it will be taken away from us. We are so attached to that that it will be taken away from us. Or if we get it, it won't satisfy our expectations. Yeah, we're going to come to that. So, um, so then anger, right? And when we are angry, we're completely bewildered. Nothing that we can, our thought process is not very proper when we are angry, and our decisions go horribly wrong, and then this deep spiral takes place, right? So this is Krishna's prescription to us, is that if you renounce, just renounce, that's problematic because you can never do it. If you just act, that is also problematic. You should take a middle ground where you're acting, but at the same time doing this sacrifice. That's the verse that Krishna is saying, right? Work done as sacrifice for Vishnu has to be performed. Otherwise, work causes bondage in this material world. Therefore, O son of Kunti, perform your prescribed duties for his satisfaction. For his satisfaction. And in that way, you will always remain free from bondage. Right? So Krishna is saying you have to do sacrifice. So what is a sacrifice? How would we define? Leave the Bhagavad Gita aside. How would we define sacrifice? Doing something for a bigger purpose. Right? Okay, like example. Yeah, I'm working, but I'm taking care of so many people. It's just not for me. Okay, and then you were saying, Prabhu? Yeah, doing something for somebody else's satisfaction, not just for myself. So that the opposite of what I get from sacrifice is selfish, right? Not being selfish, doing something for others. What else would you consider sacrifice? Okay, you go to the supermarket. She was making puri and sabji. You get some wheat flour, you get some vegetables, and you pay the money to get the wheat flour and vegetables, right? Is that sacrifice? No, I paid the money for what I'm getting, right? But Krishna says that is the most basic form of sacrifice, right? We are thinking we are getting everything for free. How did the wheat flour come about? How did the vegetable come about? That's the sun, the moon, the air, the earth. None of it was created by us. It was given to us, isn't it? And yet we think we are the lords and masters of everything, and we are so independent. Land of the free, home of the brave. We are completely free. No, we are dependent on so many things and so many people. And we have a debt to repay to all of these different entities and people that we are indebted to, right? The Vedas say we have 5 debts to repay. Some are very obvious. Who are we very indebted to? Earth, okay. Parents, because we would not exist without the parents. And then, of course, the Vedas take it to the ancestors, right? We are the entire lineage that we come from. What else should we be, who else or what else should we be indebted to? Correct. So the teachers, right? We're learning so many things from so many people. I mean, as children, like you're saying, parenting, practically the children can't do anything by themselves. The parents have to teach how to go to the bathroom, how to brush their teeth. The most basic aspects of things have to be taught, right? The parents have, and similarly, as we grow further, we learn from so many people. And we're standing on the shoulders of so many people that we take for granted, right? Einstein would not have been there without Newton. So many things like that. So we have to be grateful to teachers, and most specifically to teachers of the wonderful spiritual knowledge that we are getting, right? And similarly to the society, the community that we have. We are dependent on so many people for so many different things. The living entities like and earth and different, the mother nature, right? Demigods, they're providing us with so many different things. So at least be grateful for it. The most basic thing that we can do is, okay, thank you for providing this to me, Krishna. Right? And Krishna here says the best form of sacrifice is sacrifice to Vishnu. Although we have debts to so many different people, we have to definitely be grateful for everybody. But Krishna says, do it as a sacrifice to me, right? Do it as a sacrifice to Vishnu. We have this analogy of watering the root of the tree, right? Krishna is the source of everything. Aham sarvasya prabhavo matta sarvam pravartate, Krishna says. Everything emanates from me. So therefore, Krishna is the root of everything. So if we offer our work or anything that we do as a sacrifice, as an offering to Krishna, then everybody else is wonderfully satisfied, right? We try to water every single leaf, it's going to take forever, and the plant is going to die. So this is Krishna's prescription, that do it as a sacrifice to me. And the first place where we can do it is through the food that we eat every day, isn't it? We just talked about how many things takes place before bringing a plate of meal on our table. So be grateful for it. Offer it to Krishna first and say, Krishna, thank you so much for giving everything that you've given us. Please have it, and then we'll take the remnants. And then it becomes prasad, right? It becomes the mercy of Krishna. And then it's spiritualized. At that point, Krishna says you're not bound by anything, because all the reactions to all the actions have gone away because you've given it to the rightful owner of everything. Krishna is the rightful owner of everything, right? We didn't create the sun. We didn't create the moon. We didn't create the earth. Every resource that we're using, who is the owner of all the resources? Krishna even goes as far as to say that if you don't offer it and eat it, you're a thief. And you're eating only sin. It's practically thieving, right? Because we didn't create any of this, but we are enjoying everything that we get without recognizing who or where everything is coming from. So this is the most basic aspect where we can start our gratitude or sacrifice to Krishna, right? Okay, we didn't even think paying money in the supermarket is a sacrifice, right? But that's the most basic form of sacrifice. Okay, I go outside, there is a homeless person, and then I give them $10. Is that sacrifice? Yeah, because you're giving something without expecting anything in return, right? But what if the homeless person goes and drinks alcohol with the $10 that you give, or worse, goes and buys a knife and stabs somebody? Will you still call that a sacrifice? The papers will print, somebody sacrificed a knife to this homeless person for him to go and stab somebody. Correct. So you're still sacrificing your money, but you're not doing it in the proper way, isn't it? So that's what Prabhupada is writing in this purport, is that this is the great art of doing work, and in the beginning, this process requires very expert guidance. We have to know exactly, it's the same action. It's a very noble action that all of us can agree upon, right? Giving some money to somebody who doesn't have it. But we have to be very careful about what is the consequence of even our charity. Krishna says the charity also is in the three different modes in the 17th chapter. Few of the qualities are what we discussed, without expecting anything in return, doing it for somebody else. But also Krishna says proper time, place, and the person also is a very important piece in the puzzle. So we need expert guidance for us to do anything that we want, right? And especially to approach the Supreme Personality of Godhead. We need even more expert guidance. Even for material things, we need so many wonderful teachers in our life, right? To write ABCs, to read basic words. So many things we need guidance and teachers in our life. And yet we think, for spiritual life, I know everything. I can do it on my own. No, it's not going to be proper. At some point, we'll somehow come to the right conclusion that, okay, I really need expert guidance. And this is what Krishna says, that you go and surrender to somebody, and the qualification of somebody is he who has seen the truth. Right? Tat viddhi pranipatena pariprashnena sevaya upadekshanti te jnanam jnaninas tattvadarshinaha. That you go and humbly surrender to this person who has seen the truth, who is self-realized, and then serve this personality. And then through the service, you can inquire from this personality, and then he'll tell you the truth because he's seen the truth. Yes? It's yeah, it's also a kind of sacrifice, isn't it? Because it's your hard-earned money that you're sacrificing. It's the kind of sacrifice is charity here. Hmm? Oh, correct. Yeah. But the point is, even if you're in abundance, you're willing to give it. That is what is sacrifice. You have no obligation to give it, right? But still, you're willing to give it. That's why it's considered a sacrifice. And then the kind of sacrifices, you're giving it as charity. Somebody can sacrifice their time, somebody can sacrifice their ability to go and, like, we go to the, when we are children, we go to the school, right? What do we sacrifice? What do we do in the school? You go to a classroom, what do you do all day in a school? Huh? Yeah, but what is the activity you're doing? Who is there in the school, in the classroom? Students are there. Who else is there? The teacher is there. The teacher is speaking and you're listening. You're sacrificing your hearing. Right? This is what Krishna says. This is the 4th chapter. He says, the brahmacharis, the students, sacrifice their hearing to the spiritual master, to our teachers. The grihasthas, where we are in abundance, we can do anything and everything that we want, right? I'm an adult. I have all the money that I want to do. I can enjoy it in any which way that we want. But we are still enjoying it in a regulated fashion. That is the sacrifice that the grihasthas are making. I'm not doing anything and everything that I want to do. I'm doing it within a regulated boundary. Right? So we know, unknowingly do many of these things because it's built into the system that Krishna has created. Sacrifice is built into this system of material world. You can look back at how many other civilizations that you want to look at, even primitive tribes, they will recognize the supremacy of some living being and then perform some kind of sacrifice. This is always there. And this is very important. The sacrifice. Why is this very important? Why does Krishna ask us to sacrifice things? Krishna is Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudacche. He's complete by himself. He doesn't need anything external for him to be complete, right? But yet, why is he asking us to sacrifice? Why? Why do you think does Krishna need your money? Does Krishna need your plate of meal that you're putting in? He's not taking it, right? You still have that plate of meal to eat. What is the reason that Krishna is asking us to do this? Yeah, renouncing, but this is even more fundamental to relationship. Exactly. This is the point, right? As parents, we're teaching our children to do something for the kids, asking the kids to do something for us, right? The Father's Day is there, the Mother's Day is there. We do something nice for our parents with the parents' money. It's not that we're doing something from our own. The teachers in the school ask the kids to do a painting. It's probably just scribbling, but the parents are so happy when they see the artwork of their kids, right? This is the most fundamental thing, is because we and Krishna have a relationship. And through this sacrifice, we recognize this person that we are related to. And over a period of time, this relationship starts developing. This is why sacrifice is very important. It's very, very important. That's why Krishna has built it into the system. Even if people don't know this, lots of us are doing it. But Krishna says the proper way to do it, like he was saying, is to do the sacrifice to Krishna. We're all doing it in different ways, but we're not doing it in the proper way. The proper way to perform sacrifice is to perform sacrifice to Krishna, to satisfy Krishna. Then all of us become satisfied. This happiness that we are yearning for is truly achieved because he is the source of all happiness. We're trying to get satisfaction from so many different places that are not the source of happiness. That is our problem, no? We try this, we try that, that's not satisfying, I move on to some other thing, that's not satisfying, I move on. So that is what is creating problems in our life. So when we do everything as a sacrifice, as an offering to Krishna, then we become happy as a result of it. And why that happens is basically our relationship develops. That's the most fundamental point. That we are here in this world, but we have forgotten our relationship with the Lord. And through the performance of sacrifice, we actually can rediscover our relationship with the Lord. And Krishna says the best kind of sacrifice, yajnanam japa yajñosmi, right? In the Bhagavad Gita, he says, among sacrifices, I am japa. And that's what we do. That is our practice of chanting the holy names of the Lord, right? Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Through the chanting of the holy names of the Lord, our heart gets purified, our senses get purified. And then we can actually know ourselves for who we actually are. Currently, we are thinking, I am such and such a person, I'm a man, I'm a woman, I'm an Indian, an American, I work in such and such a place. These are all the labels that we put for ourselves, isn't it? But that's not what our actual identity is. This is what bhakti gives us, right? Krishna says you cannot stop acting. So how should you act? Act in the service of Krishna. This is the key, right? You cannot stop eating, but offer the food that you're eating to Krishna and eat it. You cannot stop speaking, okay, at least try to speak something about Krishna in a day. You cannot stop hearing, but at least hear about Krishna for some time in a day, right? Ultimately, we'll come to a point where constantly, 24 hours a day, we're only doing this. There is no other activity that we're doing. We're constantly hearing about Krishna. We're constantly talking about Krishna. This comes with purification, right? It's not a switch where today I decide and again we'll become pretenders, if that's the case. It's a gradual process. This bhakti is sublime, right? What is sublimation? What is sublime? School students, anybody? What is sublime mean? Camphor, you've seen camphor? It's solid, right? But when you put fire on a camphor, does it become liquid? Yeah? What does it become? Gas, right? There is no intermediary step. That's why bhakti is sublime. You don't have to solids to liquids to vapors. No, solids to direct gas. That's sublime, right? The basic, most gross definition of sublime. But bhakti is incredibly sublime in the actual sense of the word, because that is our own nature. So when we engage all our senses in the service of Krishna, then that gives us perfect happiness. And as a result of this, two things happen, right? Sarvopadi vinirmuktam tatparatvena nirmalam. Rishikena rishikesha sevanam bhakti ruchite. So when we serve the master of the senses, Krishna's name is Rishikesha. When we serve the master of the senses with our senses, two things happen as a result of it. What happens as a result of it? Is sarva upadi vinirmuktam. All our labels that we are put for ourselves, right, starts disappearing. Man, a woman, an Indian, an American, all these starts disappearing, and we actually know us for who we actually are, that we are an eternal spirit soul who is a servant of Krishna. Tat paratvena nirmalam. And now all our senses also gets purified. And then serving Krishna becomes really easy. Because with purified senses, we can actually see things for what they are. So this is the process. That we start chanting. The process starts with two very simple things, right? We offer the food to Krishna. It's very, very easy thing. Before we have we eat our food, we say, Krishna, thank you so much for giving us this plate of food. We're very grateful for you. And now we'll partake your remnants. And then you chant the names of the Lord. Two things that you can do with the tongue, right? Because among all the senses, the most voracious of the sense or the most difficult of the sense to control is the tongue. One of our great acharyas, who is Srila Prabhupada's spiritual master, Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, he writes in his commentary for Nectar of Instruction, he says, tongue, belly, genitals, hell. What you put in your mouth can either elevate you or can either put you down. Right? When you take Krishna Prasad, it elevates you. When you don't eat Krishna Prasad, it pulls you down. So we can offer the food every day to Krishna and partake the prasadam and then chant the holy names of the Lord. Like the Hare Krishna Mahamantra is such a sublime Mahamantra that there is no restriction on who can do it. Man, woman, child, anybody can do it. Or somebody from any place can do it. People from Africa, Antarctica, Asia, Europe, America, no restriction. Where can you do it? You can do it anywhere. Not just in the temple room, you can do it in your home, you can do it on the road. Anywhere that you want, you can do it. But it is incredibly potent. That is the most amazing thing about this mantra, is that although it has no restrictions, it is incredibly potent. Because Krishna himself came to give us this mantra as Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Krishna said in the Bhagavad Gita, Sarva dharman paridyacha mamekam sharanam vraja. Come, you don't have to do anything, surrender to me. None of us were ready to surrender. So Krishna himself had to come and devise a plan to induce everybody to actually surrender. So Krishna comes as Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and gives this gift freely to everybody. Krishna says, first you surrender to me, then I will protect you. Do not fear. But Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is so merciful. Namo Mahavadanyaya, right? The most munificent incarnation of Krishna. He comes and gives like he's a really rich person with incredible amount of wealth and diamonds and whatnot. And then he doesn't see anybody. He's just throwing it on the road to anybody and everybody that he's seeing. This is the most fortunate time that we can ever be in, right? We are 5,000 years from Krishna, 500 years from Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, 50 years from Srila Prabhupada. And Prabhupada has brought this mantra all over the world. And we have access to this Mahamantra. So we should take it up. We should use this. Because, or else there will be no difference between us and the animals. Right? The basic human life starts at the inquiry of the Supreme. Athato Brahma Jignasa. If we are also doing the same things that the animals are doing, then there is no difference between us and the animals. Right? So we can at least start doing these two things. And some occasions actually create incredible situations for us to start pursuing these activities and actions. Of course, there is no good time or bad time to do any of these activities that we're talking about. But Janmashtami, the appearance day of Krishna, is coming up very, like 20 days or something like that, August 19th, right? We're going to have a big festival in our temple. Come participate. At that point, the mercy is incredible. Krishna's appearance day. And you can pray to Krishna, Krishna, I really want to do this. And then he'll help us take up this path of bhakti. Then we can all be nice and happy. So we'll stop here. If there are questions or comments, we can take them. Or I think we have some announcements, and then the Janmashtami team wants to do some announcements. Any questions or comments that we have? So you're all completely satisfied about chanting and offering prasadam? You're going to do it from today? Okay. Okay, so we have a few announcements to make. Okay. So every Sunday we have the Sunday feast. This is the Sunday feast program, right? The classes, we have the discussions on the Bhagavad Gita, and then we have the Artik for the deities. We perform the Arti for the deities at 6:30, and at 7 o'clock we have a feast, and the feast is free. But thankfully, by the generousness of devotees, they are sponsoring these feasts. And today's feast is sponsored by Vrajavala Prabhu for his father's 75th birthday. So can we all give him a big round of appreciation? Hari Bol. So we pray to Sri Sri Radha Kalachandji for the welfare of their family and their spiritual progress. And if you'd like to sponsor a feast on any of the Sundays, you can go to our website, radhakalachandji.org, and then donate there. Or you could meet Padma Mataji. She might be outside, and you can talk to her. And today's feast is prepared by Shyam Chandra Prabhu and his team. So a big round of applause. Haribol! And then the cut-ups have been done by Aviral Prabhu and some of our community members. So we thank them also. Hare Krishna. And last but not the least, the feast is served by Aprameya Krishna Prabhu, Nagarjuna Prabhu, and their entire serve-out team. So we thank them also. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna. So that's all the announcements I had. But one of the things that we really require that Janmashtami is coming up is we need volunteers for the several things that we want to do. It's an occasion where we can give Krishna to others, right? The biggest sacrifice that you can do is giving knowledge to others. You've learned something, you give it to somebody else. That's what satisfies everybody, the teacher. But the best knowledge that we can do is give people knowledge about the Supreme Person. They're everybody's father. Krishna is everybody's parent, right? This is a wonderful occasion for us to connect people with Krishna, and we have big festivities planned. So if anybody wants to volunteer, we would really appreciate your service. And again, like we said, the best thing that we can do with our senses is engage our senses in the service of Krishna. And this is some direct service to Krishna himself. So whatever time that you can, please donate. And Naveen Prabhu, you want to? And so we have these volunteer sheets that Naveen Prabhu, can you stand?
Sure. So we'll be having few volunteers. They will be reaching out to you for sign up. So we are doing digital instead of sheet. Okay. So you can just they will help you with the
so
link.
the volunteers will have links
The
where
phone
they
and
can sign.
you can just log in, not log in, like put your name and choose the service and everything.
Okay. So please do it. And where will you be present?
We'll be in the Prashadam line. We'll go to them.
Okay. So usually the feast is served in the park here. So you'll see volunteers who will be taking names for volunteering. So please feel free to volunteer. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Hare Krishna. So first of all, thank you, Srinath Krishna Prabhu, for a wonderful class. I hope that will help people to start chanting right away. Hari Bol. So let me ask one question here. Does everybody love Radha Kalachandji here? Hari Bol. Raise your hand. Hari Bol. So if you love him, his birthday is coming. Do you want to be there? Hari Bol. And this is a special birthday because we are celebrating the 50th anniversary of Radha Kalachandji's installation this year. It was established by Srila Prabhupada in 1972, and this is 2022. So it's 50th year. So it has to be bigger and better. Hari Bol, is that correct? If you agree, please say Hari Bol. Hari Bol. So we have put a nice program for this Janmashtami, and it's going to start 4:30 a.m. in the morning for Mangal Aarti, and it will go all through the day. And from the evening, we'll start a special festival. Some of the highlights I will read, but the festival is for the entire day. So especially in the afternoon, 4 p.m., there will be special outfit that they'll be wearing. It's called flower outfit. You want to have darshan for it, then please do come at 4 p.m. on Janmashtami day. In the evening, they will again change the dress. So if you don't want to miss that, is it? And then from 5 to 10 p.m., there will be entertainment in the park. We have free food this year. This year, we're not selling. Everything is free. So you all are welcome to take advantage of prasadam that we're serving. So everybody will get a chance to get it. We'll have enough for everyone. And then also we have a lot of exhibits. We will be presenting the history of Radha Kalachandji for last 50 years in different booths. So make sure you go to each every booth and understand the history, what happened in the last 50 years in Radha Kalachandji. So there will be more attachment to the Radha Kalachandji once you know more about him. If you know about someone more, you love him more, is it? So that's the opportunity you have to do that. So with that comes a lot of responsibility as well. Although I missed the one thing, like our midnight aarti that happens at 12 midnight. That is the highlight of the day, where people come in the last as well. So those are the highlights of the event. We have a poster in our hand. We have a small postcard as well. Make sure you take a postcard today with you. And you can take a little bit more also if you promise me to distribute each and every your friend. If you promise me, at least you can reach out to your 10 of your friends or family members. They'll be wonderful, Radha Kalachandji will be very, very happy with you. Is it? So please do that. It helps a lot rather than sending the WhatsApp and just sending a message doesn't help much. If you personally meet your neighbor, your friends, your family members, it will help a lot. So if you can just reach out minimum at least 10 people and give personally those postcards or tell them about the event, request them to come, they'll be great. Also, once you have such a big festival, we're expecting 5,000 people at least. That means we need a lot more help. So that's an area we are still missing. We have very few volunteers so far that have signed up, and we need a lot more. We need at least 250 volunteers. We only have 50 so far. So that's the area we need help from each one of you and each one of your friends and relatives, if they can come and help. So we'll talk more about, Prabhuji is here in the back for me, so they'll talk about more about how to do it. So they will do it there. If you have any question or anything come to mind, please see us, please reach out to us or the front desk, or we'll be standing next to the Prasadam area as well. Ask those questions if you have any question. But make sure with this time, Janmashtami is the biggest Janmashtami ever. Is it? Hari Bol. So with that, I'm going to hand over to Vajen Sutta Prabhu, who is helping us with the fundraising side of the program. Hare Krishna Prabhuji.
Hare Krishna, everyone. Hare Krishna. So, as Balaram Prasad Prabhu and everybody knows, this is the 50th year, and we are doing a very grand celebration for Radha Kalachandji. And for that, what we are just a little bit changing how we will raise our funds every year in the Radha Kalachandji previously, but now onwards we wanted to change a little bit. And as everyone knows, we have a Seva 365, means 365 days, the Seva, whatever the funds we are contributing, it will go towards Radha Kalachandji service. That is including namely few of them I wanted to explain. 7 offerings will go to Radha Kalachandji every day. And all the food we cook for the Vaishnavas, festivals, everything like a free food which we are serving to the Vaishnavas, devotees, all the non-devotees also, whoever coming, we are giving free prasadam. And we are doing, another thing is food for life for the homeless people. That program is also there. So the devotees are cooking voluntarily and taking that food, prasadam, to all the homeless shelters. They're serving that food also. So we wanted to increase that more and more, and we are looking for the Lakshmi for that. So for that, what we are doing is, we are fundraising for this every year, like mini festivals. Instead of that, we wanted to do like a Janmashtami to Janmashtami, that cycle. But this Janmashtami, we are a little bit late. So, but we are still hoping for with the blessings of Radha Kalachandji, we are going to do it. So for that, we need a lot of volunteers for the fundraisers. Like anybody can be volunteer. Like for example, if your neighbors, colleagues, anything, friends, wants to contribute any amount of we were normally we are putting $1,000 slot for 1 year. So 1 year, $1,000 slot will take all this fund. It will go to Radha Kalachandji's 7 offerings, as I said, as well as the Vaishnavas, as well as the homeless people and the temple maintenance. For all the temple maintenance, everything will go from this fund. So we wanted to do this way. So we wanted to try from the 50th year. So we need a lot of cooperation from all of you. So those who can take this campaign into your friends, colleagues, relatives, they don't need to be in the Dallas. Like you can just because this is a great opportunity actually. Whoever is getting this service, like Radha Kalachandji, is not a very merciful deity, right? So you are creating an opportunity for your friends, colleagues to serve their money, their Lakshmi in the service of Radha Kalachandji. So they get a lot of mercy. So it is a kind of a privilege for them, whoever is donating it. So that is one thing. So for that, we will be all the volunteers, if anybody is interested to sign up for $1,000 slots or any number of slots, they can take it. And they get 1 Sunday feast they can select in a year for $1,000 slot. They can name, if they wanted to take their birthday or anniversary or their kids' birthdays, anyone, they can take and they can put their name as a 1 Sunday feast slot. So that is the one thing. And more slots, if you're taking 5 or 10 slots, then it is all the 5 to 6 days. So Radha Kalachandji, whenever the Bhoga is offering, they will do the puja on their behalf of. So their names, whatever they provide. So for that also they get a special mercy. So with that, all the volunteers will be standing outside also and again in the food line also to sign up the volunteers as well as for the donation fundraising also. If anybody is interested in fundraising, please feel free to contact anyone, Padma Mataji, Balaram Prasad Prabhu, any volunteers, anyone. So that way we can help Radha Kalachandji to be more successful in making the grand festivals whole year. So that is one thing. And another thing is we made a campaign posters for the cars. In the parking lot, there will be a volunteers. So there will be a different car poster. This is a big one. Yeah, sample one. If anybody wants to take this one posters and want to display in their apartment complexes or anywhere offices, or feel free to take it. And the car posters are these ones. and volunteers will be there. If anybody wants to put on their car back, the volunteers will only do it. You just need to say, yes, we wanted to do it. So the volunteer will come and put it nicely for your car backside, so that wherever you go, like if anybody is seeing your car and if anybody wanted to attend this festival, you can be instrument for that. So that is the one. Volunteers, like Naveen Prabhu, do you want? Okay, perfect.
Only thing I want to make sure that everybody knows where to do the sign up. Is it everybody knows how to sign up for the volunteers? Or nobody knows? So that's the reason I will give one more time to Naveen Prabhu, just to understand how you're going to sign up for this Janmashtami. This is your best service ever for Janmashtami, is it? So let me tell Naveen Prabhu. You saying Prabhu something? Yeah, I will be there to help as well. Yes.
Thank you, Hare Krishna, everyone. So Prabhuji already said, so we'll have few volunteers coming to you, and they will have their mobile. So you just have to put in your details and choose the service. And next week, we'll also try to bring the paper sheet so that you can also sign up there yourself, and you can also bring home to your friends. So we need almost 250. We already have like 47 signups. So we need a lot of help. So please come forward and help. And also for car, as Prabhuji mentioned. So if we will be standing outside, so you can come out after the Aarati, and we can help in sticking to your car. So please come forward for this great opportunity. Thank you very much. Hari Bol.
So we want Janmashtami festival information to go to every town and village in Dallas, is it? So that's why please help us to have this poster displayed on your car, so a lot more people will know about it. Okay. Hare Krishna. Thank you, everyone. Hari Bol.
Can I? May I? There you go. You may, because I know you can.
Give those to him. Radha Kalachanji Bhagavan ke, Radha Govinda Bhagavan ke. You put the song, the Gaurarti song. Kiba Jaya Jaya Gaura Chandra Arati Keshava. Kiva Jaya Jaya Gaura Chande Arati Keshava. Tatavane Jaganmanalabha Take nene tai chan Brahme Kadadhara. Chan Brahme Kadadhara. Ekate Advaitarshine Vasachratadara Vase Ache Gaurachan Ratna Simhasane Vase Ache Gaurachan Ratna Simhasane Hey Arati Kore na Brahma Hari Deva Gane Nara Hari Hari Kore Chamaradulaya Nara Hari Hari Kore Chamaradulaya Sanjaya Mukunda Vasu Gosarigaya Shanka Bhaje Ganta Bhaje Bhaje Karatala Shanga Bhaje Ganta Bhaje Bhaje Karatala O Madhura Mridanga Bhaje Taramara Sala O Shankha Bhaje Kanta Bhaje Madhur 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 Bhaje Hey Shankha Bhaje Kanta Bhaje Madhur 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 Bhaje Madhur 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 Bhaje Hey Madhur 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 Bhaje Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Gauda Hari Bol. Anitya Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Gaur Hari Bol. Anitya Go. Anitya Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Gaura Hari Bol. koti chandra jene vadana ujvala. Chandra jene vadana ujvala. Hey kala deshe vanamala Kori jala mala Shiva shukana rada Preme gada gada Shiva Shukana Radha Preme Gada Gada Akati vinodate pe Gaurara sampada Thakur Bhakti Vinod Shiva Jaya Jaya Gaura Chandre Aruti Keshava Jana Vita Tavane Jagamanalova Ogorange Arati Shobha Jagajanamana Gaurange Arati Shobha Jagat Janamana Loba O Jagat Janamana Loba Jagat Janamana Loba Haribo Haribo, Haribo, Haribo. Aditaiga, Haribo, 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 Goda, Haribo. Editai, Goda, Goda. Nama Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Jai Prabhupada Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pastatare Satarine Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Gauranga Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Kalachandi Radhe. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Radhe. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Netai Gauda Hari Bal. Haribo, Gauda Haribo. Anitai Gauda Haribo, 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 Gauda Haribo. Harinama Sankirtan ke, Srila Prabhupada ke. Jayom Vishnupad, Paramahamsa Vrivrajikacharya. Astottara Sata Shri Srimada's Divine Grace, Shri Sri Bhaktivedanta Swami, Srila Prabhupada ki. Jayom Vishnupad, Paramahamsa Vrivrajikacharya. Astottara Sata Shri Srimada's Divine Grace, Shri Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj ki. Ananta Koti Vaishnavrinda ki. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur ki. Prem se go Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shiva Sari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda ki Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shama Kunda Radha Kund Giri Govardhana ki Shri Vrindavan Dhama ki Shri Navadvip Dhama ki Kalachanji Dhama ki Gangamai ki Jamunamai ki Bhakti Devi ki Tulsi Maharani ki Harinam Sankirtan ki Brihat Mridanga ki Prasadam Distribution ki Janmastami Mahamahotsav ke. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Guru and Gauranga.
Namaste Narasimhaya. Shabadita Sita Nara Hari Rupa Jai Jagadish Hare Jai Jagadish Hare Jai Jagadish Hare Jai Nrsimhadev, Jai Nrsimhadev, Nrsimhadev, Jai Nrsimhadev. Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Nrsimhadev Bhagwan ki, Prahlad Maharaj ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Gaur Premanande.
गोपाल जय जय राधा रमण हरि मुकुंद जय जय गोविंद जय जय गोपाल जय जय राधा रमण हरि मुकुंद जय जय गोविंद जय जय गोविंद जय जय गोपाल जय जय राधा रमण हरि मुकुंद जय जय गोविंद जय जय गोपाल जय जय राधा रमण हरि मुकुंद जय जय गोविंद गोविंद जय जय गोपाल जय जय राधा रमण हरि मुकुंद जय जय गोविंद जय जय गोपाल जय जय राधा रमण हरि मुकुंद जय जय गोविंद जय जय गोपाल जय जय राधा रमण हरि मुकुंद जय जय गोविंद जय जय गोपाल जय जय राधा रमण हरि मुकुंद जय जय गोविंद जय जय Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. बोलो श्री कृष्ण कन्हैया लाल की जय. Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Hare Shri Krishna Govind Hare Murari He Nath Narayan Vasudeva Shri Krishna Govind Hare Murari He Nath Narayan Vasudeva Shri Krishna Govind Hare Murari He Nath Narayan Vasudeva पितमात स्वामी सखा हमारे पितमात स्वामी सखा हमारे हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारी हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा तुझ में वास करे जग सारा तुम जननी के गर्भ पधारा नाथ चतुर्भुज अंतर्यामी अति विराट त्रिभुवन के स्वामी अति विराट त्रिभुवन के स्वामी सूक्ष्म रूप धरि गर्भ पधारे सूक्ष्म रूप धरे गर्भ पधारे हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारी हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारी हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा नारद सारद पार न पावे नारद सारद पार न पावे निगम नेति कही अगम अगाहे हे मायापति सुर नर मुनि सब भक्ति विवश तुम रे गुण गावे भक्ति विवश तुम रे गुण गावे दर्श को व्याकुल है लोक सारे दर्शन को व्याकुल है लोक सारे हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारी हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा पितमात स्वामी सखा हमारे पितमात स्वामी सखा हमारे हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा श्री कृष्ण गोविंद हरे मुरारी हे नाथ नारायण वासुदेवा हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे कृष्णा हरे कृष्णा हरे हरे बोलो श्री कृष्ण कन्हैया लाल की जय।
Haribo, yeah. Wait, no, excuse me. If you need to later, then you can. If you need to later, you can. Should we start? Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Haribo, Haribo. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Radha Kalachandi, Radhe Radhe. Radha Kalachandi, Radhe Radhe. Radha Govinda, Radhe Radhe. Radha Govinda, Radhe Radhe. Radhe Govinda, Jaya Radhe Radhe. Radhe Govinda, Jaya Radhe Radhe. Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Gaura Hari Bo. Nitai Gaura Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Gaura Hari Bo. Gaura Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Gaura Hari Bo.
this is happening today.
Because I didn't know.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Kalachandji Radha Kalachandji Radhe. Jaya Radha Kalachandji Radha Kalachandji Radhe. Jaya Radha Kalachandji Radha Kalachandji Radhe. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva. Nisai Gaur Hari Bo, Hari Bo.